Okay, should be live, I believe. My internet connection says it's okay right now, so I thought I'd do some streaming while I'm sitting here painting. We'll see if it stays that way. Looks okay for now. So, didn't schedule this one again. Like I said, just have the opportunity to do some painting right now and thought I would stream while doing it. Moving this guy a little bit over on the pot that I'm holding him on. So what am I going to be painting right now? I'm working on some Kingdom Death Monster models so that I can use them in my campaign, because I want to record a couple of episodes this week. Hopefully this week. So this is a guy with a spear and shield, because I have a character that has a shield right now, and I also have a character that's using primarily a bow. So I have this bow character. This bow character is from one of the Echoes of Death, I believe, boxes, white boxes. And I think this is 10th anniversary. Is this 10th anniversary Alistair? I can't remember. I think this is from the 10th anniversary white box. No, I can't remember for sure. And I also still have Old Joe here, but I don't have a Bone Club character right now. And this is young Rachel. She has a sword. My Twilight Sword person is no more, so I don't think I need her. And I did some basing on this model, so you can. I intertwined a bunch of vines that I got. They're like train set vines, because she came with the Lonely Tree kit. She's the lonely lady that came with this. So I wanted to do a lot of like plants and stuff on her base. And I thought the vines like wrapping kind of around her body would be kind of interesting. So the Lonely Tree is there to paint too, maybe when stuff is drying, but it's low priority because I don't need that right now to continue with my campaign. So I'm going to start with flesh, with skin tones. So let me get out flesh colors and see what I want to do. I'm going to try to do some layering on here, but I also don't want to spend forever. So there's KDM flesh tone. I think I have another like pale in here somewhere. But maybe not. Too many paints. I like this tray, but it'd probably be better if they were upside down so I could see the colors better. Oh, I've got pale flesh already right here. There's always the contrast paints, but I want to go with more than just using contrast. I want to practice some more flesh colors. So let me see. Some of these are so light that they're kind of getting blown out by the light a little bit, it looks like. Go dark. Maybe mix it a little bit with this and highlight with this. Let's try it. Let's just start putting paint on the models. I'm trying a little bit faster upload speed for this stream today, to see if the connection today can handle it. We shall see. All right. These are not the biggest models in the world. So here's a question. Well, maybe I'll use... I have these new Winsor & Newton Series 7 brushes. Let's crack this baby open. Fancy, came in the tube. This is a size 1 that I'm going to start with here. Very nice point. Well, I guess I can stay wide while I'm mixing. I don't think I want to use that to create my color on my wet palette. I'm going to try what I see Duncan Rhodes do all the time. I'm just not very good at thinning down paints, I don't think. That actually looks okay. And it's possible that I'm just too impatient for the too thin coats method of painting. Now this is not going to be enough paint, I don't think. This is Kingdom Death, so some of their models tend to show quite a bit of skin. Not too many, not necessarily their game content models, as much as definitely the pinups. I mean, they're pinups, right? That's the... I shouldn't say the point, but one of the attributes or aspects of a pinup. Although not all of them. Some of them are more clothed than others. They're just alternate takes on some of the characters slash monsters. Like the Butcher pinup or the Dung Beetle Knight pinup, etc. I saw a very good video recently. Oh geez, who's I think it was the Miniac on the Miniac's channel. He was painting a Kingdom Death monster pinup model, and he was having a discussion about, you know, painting that style of model, and he actually interviewed 3 female content creators that are painters about painting this style of model. And I think You know, two of them said they don't mind painting that kind of stuff themselves because it's art, you know. And the other lady was saying how she wouldn't paint them herself, but she doesn't care if other people want to paint it because, again, it's art. I have very few of these models for Kingdom Death that didn't come with game content. And I think the only ones that I have that didn't come with game content, like, came in a lot with other stuff. Because this game can be expensive to collect or get into. So I always watch eBay and stuff for sales. And sometimes people sell things in lots. So I think the only ones that I have... wait, that might not be true. I think I bought the Samurai variant, or the Samurai one, just because because it looked cool. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will do a Reichland Flesh Shade wash on this and then start layering on top of it. So let that dry. I still think that these are some of the best sculpted things out there. I don't really know how much they compare to, like, Games Workshop and stuff, though. It's been a long time since I looked at or had any Games Workshop stuff. Having said that, though, just probably 30 minutes ago, I got a delivery from Amazon. They are changing the starting box. I think she's wearing a cat eye circlet now that I'm painting up there. So we will have to paint that different. They're changing the starting set for their Middle-earth strategy battle game, or whatever it's called. And lots of people think that the previous starter set was one of the best valued sets out on the market, and I found one on sale, and it has a couple of models that seem like they'd be fun to paint. There's a Witch King on a dragon, on those Black Rider flying things. From the movies. And probably the books. I've never read the books. I've done The Hobbit on Audible. I plan on doing the others on Audible. Audible is a great tool. It really passes the time in the car. I don't listen to the radio anymore. I'm usually listening to books in the car. I did not mix up nearly enough paint. I shouldn't have left this pot open. More water than that. There is a lot of flesh to paint on this model. I really like the action pose here where she's drawing an arrow from the quiver. It's almost like she's wearing katars too. Or maybe it's just white lying in gauntlets or something. Maybe that's what it is. All right, I'm going to go back over these other parts. The second thin coat of this base tone, base color. I should have tried the dark green base coat technique. So I've seen a couple of videos where, and it sounds absolutely insane, but as you're watching them do it, it comes out amazing. Where they put down a layer of this like green color first. It's just the way that the paint if you use the right thinness of paint, the way it plays as the shadow, or helps deepen the shadow parts, it comes out looking amazing. I guess I'll experiment a different day. The cat eye circlet on there, which if you're not familiar with Kingdom Death Monster, it's actually a pretty crucial piece of equipment that really helps in the game. But it's like a headband thing. Looks like she's got on under her hair there, in between her hair and her face. There's no way you can see that on camera right now, but we will paint it. Oh, I did not finish the part right there. Or right there. Yeah, I'm betting these are like White Lion gauntlets or something, or whatever they're called. The armor from the White Lion set. I didn't do all of this on this arm either. So I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of highlighting on some of these super small parts, especially, I mean, obviously these parts that are underneath and back behind the head and in between the quiver and stuff where the natural shadows would be. But maybe like on the top of this elbow part here. Second coat looks really good. It's nice and smooth since it was watered down, or thinned correctly, I guess I should say, not watered down. Thinned is probably a better description. Okay, we got basing in on flesh parts. I'm gonna let her dry so I can take a look at her in a second while I put flesh on his face. His face and his hands. I actually might do his hands later because they're not really deep down in there. They're going to get hit when I paint other stuff. I thought I just saw something. Yeah, here we go. Any other parts that need more of the base color? How about the rest of her hand? That's probably going to need to get touched up when that arrow gets painted anyway. All right. Now I want to start thinking about the next layer. So I'm going to go with this. It's lighter than that one. I mark a B on here when I've put a shaking ball or bead in there, just so I know that there's already one in there. For some of those thicker ones, it can be hard to tell right away when you're shaking it. I'm gonna put this down, and I may mix it a little bit with the color we just used. And I think it needs to be thinned down a little. As a layer, I want it to be a little more translucent. I don't know if you can see that. Needs to dry down a little bit, which it already is over here where I first put it on. Drying down means like it'll get darker as it dries. So I stopped the highlight like around here. So all that inside part's just going to stay with the darker color. Well, it's not really a highlight, it's a layer, I guess. This part here is still pretty exposed to the light. No dropped frames, that's good. About your face. Definitely this part of the shoulder. And the arm. Thumb and touch the fingers for now. Those fingers are going to probably definitely need some touching up. That was a very lawyerly way to cover my butt. Probably, definitely. Probably, definitely. I don't think this layering is coming through for you guys, but it looks okay as a start for me. Take this elbow. I actually see a part of the top of his shoulder that needs the dark color on it. Which begs the question, if it's that buried, where it took that long to see it, probably doesn't need a highlight or lighter layer. Let's see at the top of this hand and these fingers. Front of this arm. All right. Let's water down some of the really pale color. And that's going to need a good amount of water. Now, I just want to hit the very, very tops. This might need some kind of glaze or shade or something, so the transitions between these highlights don't look too like rigid, I guess. Yeah, I might do a Reichland Flesh shade over it to kind of bring it all together. See how that looks. Which is why I'm not like too concerned that this is bright right now, because that'll definitely bring it down. Doing a glaze or a wash over layering helps mask the transition a little bit, the transition lines. She's got some very bright flesh colors right now, but we will bring that down. All right, so I need to think about what I want to do with her outfit. It kind of looks like she's got some White Lion stuff on. I might start with the boots and see how a color pattern will come out on there. And I'm looking at her outfit. I might do like a blue, like a dark blue bottom and a lighter blue top. Might come out looking horrible. I think I want to use this golden brown as the base for the White Lion parts, like the fur parts, but then like a tannish khaki for the boots and the other like leathery parts. I have no idea with like color theory and stuff what would look good with this, what kind of outfit. Do a purple outfit. No, maybe like a blue and cream. Mostly blue, but maybe like a cream bottom. I don't know. Let's get the Reikland Flesh shade out to finish off the skin, because that needs to dry. I don't think I want to go heavy-handed with like a Gilliman Flesh, because that would be just more paint. Unless I did really like I could tone that down with the medium. What am I looking for? Gillian. I need Reikland Flesh shade wash. Here we go. Definitely do not want this to pool up like on top of the flesh where the highlight is. This is doing exactly what I wanted it to. It's taking that highlight down, and it's helping to smooth out the layers. It still looks a little bright on camera, but in person it's looking pretty good. That could just be the utter lack of exposure and white balance setting skills on my part. On the camera. Now I'm kind of playing with fire, going back over these other parts without giving it more time to dry. That's how you can push some slightly dried, like wash around, and then you end up with weird looking blotches. All right. It's kind of still shiny because it's not completely dry. But I might go over that. I might add some of the like mid-tone back on top of that again after that flesh shade dries. We need to see how it ends up when it's dry. Okay, I want to base in some colors here to get an idea of what it will look like. Here's khaki. This might be too bright of a starting color for the leathery parts, but maybe not. And this will be the start of the white lion fur parts, but then I'm going to really go up a lot higher. Oh, hey, Brian. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm trying to get some KDM models painted. I want to record a couple of KDM episodes before I put Stars of Icarios back on the table for a couple of episodes. So this is all fur right here. This is not my new brush. Needs a little bit of water added, I think. So I'm pretty sure this is White Lion stuff. I don't really know the game well enough, I guess. But whatever, just want to make the model look good. And not ruin my brand new brush in the process. I got the khaki out for the rest of the boots, but I think I'm going to have to go with a darker color first and then maybe put khaki for some highlights or the straps or something. Because there's not a whole lot of room to go up in highlighting, starting with this khaki color that I got out, unless you go like just straight to white, but that'd look weird. It's already gonna be pretty bright with all these White Lion parts, but I'm gonna go, I think, with a blue outfit. I mean, she's probably like supposed to be wearing like rawhide or something, but or leather maybe. there are other people who have been involved with this game for so long that they can look at a model and know exactly what kind of armor it's wearing, what kind of weapons they're holding, just from the pictures on the cards in the game, I think. Crap. Went up on the skin a little bit. But some water right away. Got it off of there. All of my plans could go out the window if and when Oathsworn finally arrives. I don't know, man, the fulfillment company they've got on that game. All right, I'll probably return to that after I get the browns on there. Oop, I just pushed it off. I really should try some of those handles, some of those painting handles. I've just used pots and poster putty for ever. Actually, there was a time way back in the day where it was hot glue. Hot glue the mini to the pot. That was a lot of paint. want to see if I water down this mid flesh tone again, if I can. Get a little bit more of a smooth highlight here. Once that dries, all right. Did I get all of the fur parts? I think so. I think we'll go with this. I was thinking about doing blue, but maybe I should stick with like a hide scheme, I guess. I'm gonna try this number 2 brush from Army Painter. So I have some more surface area because we're going into some bigger parts here. I clearly didn't put out enough paint. Nowhere near. Not on the screen. And this can hit the gravel. It's fine. I'm going to want to do a different color for the quiver then. If I go with this hide for the outfit. maybe I do the stripe across and that thing down a different color, like a cream or something. And all the straps will have to be different as well. I mean, I could just go snakebite leather contrast for straps, I guess. I mean, what do you do with the bow, too? So many browns. So many browns. Introduce some orange and yellows on the lantern, I guess. I have no idea what that little thing attached to her waist right there is. That strap, I guess I can make the same color as the quiver. I didn't get the other boot. Just pulled on it too hard. Trying to steady it. Did I get the entire thing? The entire outfit part. think I'm going to want to kind of go with like a reddish brown, like hair. I don't want blonde to be right next to this white lion. Or I could do black, I guess. We'll have some white from the feathers on the arrows. I guess we can introduce some green color on the base with some grass or something too. Ooh, that's enough of that. Touched the knee on accident. Shaky hand. This stuff is pretty liquidy. Need to go down a brush size. For a little part of it here. There's a little part of this cloth thing that goes onto the back side over here too. And over here. inside the lantern handle needs paint. Now the straps. I don't know what to do with the quivers. There's already so much brown. I mean, I guess I could go with the leather. And these girders that are on her legs also. I'm painting them this bone color to get ready for an application of snakebite leather. Or maybe hardened leather. Maybe I'll do snakebite leather on the straps and maybe hardened leather on the quivers, because they are slightly different shades. The hardened leather is just a little bit red, kind of. Thinking about going over this front little deal here with Apothecary White, just to get some grays down in the recesses. Shoot. Totally missed that time. trying to block in a lot of the colors just so I can make sure I'm going to be happy with where things are going to end up before I start going back and like highlighting what's already there or adding layers onto what's already there, however you want to say it. So that quiver down on the ground looks like it has the same like white lion fur on it. All right, there are a lot of little straps. Took too long. And there's also these claws. In those claws. And we got the straps on this side. These like armlet things I'm going to do in a metal color. Add a kind of shiny element to it. She's got something on her waist right there. I have no idea what that is. We'll need to do the cat eye circlet too. I don't know what to do with that bow. How about wild wood? If we do wild wood, then we're going to need to get that to a dark, I want it to be a lighter color for the contrast paint to go on it as well. I was just half thinking about just dry brushing white onto the bow for the wildwood application, but wildwood is such a dark color. It's to me, it's one of the contrast paints that acts a little differently than the rest of the line, because I like to really thin it, or just put a real thin layer on so that it doesn't get too dark. This is kind of a brush now that I don't really care too much about the point. Usually I look at a bunch of other photos that people have done when they painted these same things. I did not do that this time. And then the quivers too need to be... Do I want to lighten them up, or do I go with the zenithal that's there? Well, there's already paint on the strap, so sure. Guess we'll also introduce a little bit of metal on the lantern there. I wonder if that could be considered lion fur on the bottom. Kind of looks like it, so I might go back and do that too. Man, how the heck am I going to get back there? Well, fortunately, the part right next to it's the same color, so... Man. Alright, so we're going to put probably a speed paint over that, and then I just touched the brown. Ooh, have to paint over it. Corrected. All right, and then I want this quiver down here to be the same color. That definitely has fur on the top. Got the claws. Did I not get any paint on the brush? cleaning up that edge there a little bit. Oh, I got to do this strap for the quiver. Hi, Mel. Sorry if you've been there for a while. I was kind of concentrating. Thank you. Are you painting right now, Mel? I'm blocking in a lot of this lighter color to go over with some contrast and speed paints here in a minute. There's not going to be this much cream on the final model. Ready for tomorrow? You guys are going to need lots of sleep before you face the challenge you'll be facing tomorrow. All right, let's get out a couple leather colors. Oh, this is still just priming on the hair. Are you talking about this yellow color? I'm using that as a base for some white lion fur, but so far this is still just a prime on the hair. I mean, I spent hours highlighting and underlighting this hair with multiple colors that I can't remember. Sorry, Mel. Just kidding. Grass Earth Shade. So that's not what we want. We don't want. I could use black Templar on the hair. If I want to go with black hair, I might do that, but I might first put a white dry brush on the hair. But let me stop being distracted. I know I need wildwood for the bow later. We're done with that. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I could get the speed paint out. The leather speed paint. That's gonna go on the quivers. And then I want snakebite leather. Oh man, the ever-ending hunt. How many times am I going to pick up the same wrong color? Found it. That's the beauty of zenithal highlighting, I guess, is the fact that it already looks done. All right. Snake bite leather time. Is this a small enough brush? Should be. It's starting to get super hot in here because it is hot outside today. Put a metal buckle on there. Now she's got some leather straps around her legs. And then I'm going to use snake bite on these little tiny straps also. So it looks very similar in color to the rest of the model, but I'm going to be highlighting up this tunic, I guess. I keep calling it outfit, but I kind of wanted to see how these leather colors were going to look. And that part's going to stay cream right there in the middle, which I might put Apothecary White or the Speed Paint White on there just to get some shadow in there, and then highlight it up. Just for fun, let's do some Wildwood. On the bow. I really like this for a wood color, but like I said, you gotta put it on thin. That might be too thin. That's too thin, but we can fix it. A lot of people complain about this color being too dark. But like I was saying earlier, you just got to know your colors, practice with them. Know how they're going to behave. There's a little part on the inside I didn't get. Sometimes with these you gotta let them dry too before you even can see the parts that you missed. Okay, let this do its thing and continue working into the crevices. And then we maybe even highlight some of those little woody parts. Let's do the other leather. Ooh, I know what I want to do for her hair. There's a contrast color called Gorm Fur. I think I want to start with that. It's kind of like a reddish brown. And then highlight up from there. What color is this? I think this is a yellow. Not Gilliman's Flesh. I just saw it when I was looking for snakebite leather. Here we go. Just gonna get this out to remind myself. Put the Wildwood away. I'm not gonna do Black Templar for her hair. Oh, maybe I should still do the white dry brush on it first. Yeah. What are you painting, Mel? Oathsworn stuff? I know it's probably hard to type while you're painting, I guess. Okay, so I know Rob's probably not watching. So you can tell me, like, did you let him come back? Because I left and it was like 10 to 1 earlier. I had to run an errand and I came back and it was like 17 to 14. I was like, what happened? Did you feel bad for him? Let him come back. I don't know that I've ever seen a game that the two-player mode was basically play two-handed. I know people do that as a thing. I just don't know that I've ever seen a design like that. They picked a pretty popular game, War for the Ring, to do a card game based off of. So the bottom of that's going to be the same fur, same lion fur. Oh man, I totally touched huge parts. Now let me let it dry first before I fix it. Sure enough, as soon as I put the wildwood away, I see a part, but maybe it's finger. Nope, it needs to be wildwood. All right. That's dry enough. Let me put this lion fur color on here. Or the base of the lion fur color, I should say. Man, how many times am I going to... accidentally hit that same exact spot on her hip? With the wrong color. Okay. I think I'm done with the base colors on everything that's not going to be metal. But I want to add a dry brush to her hair. While trying to avoid already painted stuff. All right, we'll let that dry. What do I want to... I think I'm going to start by trying to highlight the tunic and boots and stuff. So let me add some of this to this. So since you're painting chapter 3, it's spoiled for you a little bit already. Are you excited about seeing how this particular encounter goes? Oh, I forgot I made a mistake back here. Shoot. So I watched Bernd and Colin from... So Colin's from One Stop Co-op Shop, and Bernd has the Meet Me at the Table channel. I watched them the other night play chapter 3. And it's been interesting to see how different all of these encounters have been. I mean, I'm sure you can tell just from the mini that it's not going to be anything like the other two. I'm not too worried about like spoilers and stuff because I mean the encounters really depend upon like the order of the enemy cards and stuff. and my memory is not good enough to remember what happens during the story part that somebody played weeks ago. So I'm just putting some subtle highlights for now on this brown before we get too crazy with the highlight colors. Just trying to define some of the straps on the boots, some of the wrinkles in the tunic. I'm going to see if this color will show up as a highlight on this wildwood. It's not doing too much. Even just a subtle color change on some of these higher parts is probably welcome. Can even go up from there. All right. Now let's go brighter. We need to highlight this part of the Tunic down here. Those lines are a little harsh on the chest. Just curious. Put kind of a little bit of a glaze kind of thing over it, and it got a little way less harsh. All right, now the boots. I still don't think I'm that great at like layering. Not enough consistency. I don't think in like how I'm thinning my paints and stuff. So I got like a way different effect on the front of this boot than everywhere else, and it was because of the thinness of the paint. Not being thin enough. I will try to, in a little bit, focus the camera. a little better. To get a better idea of where we are. I think I want to do the white lion highlights first, though. This might be a catgut bow with some claws at the end here. Let me put a shade into the green part. Whoa, this thing's pretty separated. So even I wonder if this is blowing out the color. No, not really. You can kind of see the straps even at this distance on the boots. Folds in the tunic skirt thingy. I might even want to go with a dead white highlight or a dry brush on the hair. I used kind of an off-white or a bone white or something. I guess I have this Pro-Acryl titanium white, which wasn't closed. Holy cow. That's never happened to me before. I'm so glad I don't have any finished models right here. Did it get on her? Nope. So I shook that once. It kind of went all over the place. Didn't get on my hand, did it? No. But it's on my finger, so I probably shouldn't be touching him. That was a stupid move. Yeah. I don't even know everywhere that it went. It didn't get on my shirt or anything. That's only the second time I've ever had like a paint accident. The first time was with this Skeleton Horde. One of the best contrast colors there is. And I have like that much left in the pot because I knocked the stupid thing over. While I'm shaking this, I showed this a little earlier, but I think this came out kind of cool. I'm not done with this tree yet. This is an example of like just contrast over a green and then progressively lighter dry brushing of green on the top. I think those leaves look awesome. I haven't started the rest of the tree, but you can just see from the dark underneath with the zenithal highlighting how it just progressively gets lighter and lighter and lighter and brighter on the top. And then from the side, you can really see the individual leaves. Super simple, contrast and dry brushing. And zenithal highlight, I guess, too, to have dark underneath so that the contrast paint looks a little different. All right. We will put this in. This is my brand new brush too that got white all over it. Oh well. Do not want to use that one. Hey Doug, how you doing? This is not adding enough definition. I might not be putting it on thick enough. All right, let that dry before I put some white. I will, yes, thanks, Mel. That tree is a Kingdom Death Monster expansion. It's called the Lonely Tree. I have not played enough of the game to know like all the lore behind it. But there's an encounter you can have with the tree, and there's a bunch of little fruit things that hang off of the tree too that I don't have. They're all downstairs. I haven't done those yet either though. All right. While that apothecary white dries on that tunic there, I'm starting to think about highlighting the white lion fur, and I want to mix the bone in like a cream color, or I mean the base color I used. And we will pick out some individual little pieces of the fur. Starting on the back here. Let's see how it looks. If it's going to be bright enough. I have all of the original 12 dug that I acquired slowly over time watching for deals on eBay and stuff. And not just eBay, also on like on Board Game Geek and whatnot. I also have, like, I think like all of the game content. So I have white boxes and like echoes. I guess that is a white box. I was collecting KDM expansions long before my 1.6 box arrived. Yeah, watch the, if you haven't already, I would subscribe to their newsletter on the website. They're going to be doing a pre-order of the original 12 expansions again. And they will probably announce it via the news on their newsletter on the website. That'll be much cheaper than anybody who is selling them secondhand on like eBay. Unless you watch for deals like I was doing. I got a screaming deal on I don't remember what sets they were, but it was I got a big lot of the white boxes all at one time. Somebody that had to sell their collection. And it was barely over, if not under, if I would have got them like when they first went on sale. Hey Kanjay, what's going on? Kanjay, you want to do a hunger strike with me until we get our Oathsworns? I'm totally kidding. I don't want to die. That's going to be like a month. Lol, Fury Rage Strike. We're having like a little painting party. Mel's painting also. What game are you painting, Kanjay? Oh, Killmonger from Marvel United. Oh, just got Stars of Icarios. I finished my Stars of Icarios painting. Was it earlier this week, I think, Doug? I admittedly went kind of quick on the last few models because I was like, I want to get this one done out of the way because I need to get some Kingdom Death Monster minis painted so I can film some more episodes of that. Before Oathsworn gets here, I want to get some more episodes of KDM recorded and some more episodes of Stars of Icarios recorded. Before the marathon painting session of Oathsworn begins. Oh, you're painting Townsfolk Tussle. Are you trying to stay with the art? Or are you doing more of a... See, when I did Townsfolk Tussle, I did not do like what I typically would do with like highlighting and shading and washing. It was just straight block colors. Everybody's painting. Doug's painting. Mel's painting. Kanjay's painting. Must have been something in the air. Straight block colors, yeah. I think it looks cool that way. I mean, I guess that's why I did it. It'd be weird if I didn't like it, and that's how I did it. All right, that was a very subtle highlight on the yellow. But I'm going to stop from the yellow for a second. Kanjay, you missed me throwing white paint everywhere. You got here slightly a little too late. I grabbed this Pro Acryl color. Are these the paints that you got at Gen Con, by the way? Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl. I thought that's the box that I saw. And apparently the top was not shut on it. And I shook it once and paint went kind of everywhere. And you threw paint too? Yeah. It happens. Where'd that little dry brush go? Here it is. Or makeup brush. What is this right here on a makeup brush for? Is this like an eyelashes thing or an eyebrows thing? I don't know. It's on the opposite end of this. That was kind of a weird tangent question. All right, so I want to put some brighter white in the hair for when the Gorm of fur goes on there. We shall see if this how this plays out with the rest of the contrast paint going on the hair. I'm not going to be able to get the hair down in there without touching stuff that's already been painted, so we'll leave that. Now I want to use this super bright white to highlight this tunic down here, whatever it's called, thingy hanging down. This might be too bright, but we'll see after it dries. I don't know, Doug, and I'm having a really serious debate with myself on how exactly I want to play Oathsworn, because I want to see more of the game in what the individual characters have to offer, so I'm really torn on how many companions versus full characters to play. So I might start with, because I think the companion system is cool, but you just don't get to use all the cards. And I guess you could swap, like, from one mission to the next mission, like which character you're using as a companion, right? So there's that. But I watched Barrett play the first chapter solo. I think he did 2 and 2, like two companions and 2 full characters before Colin started playing with him. It didn't seem too bad. Now, having a background in playing Kingdom Death Monster solo, where you're also playing 4-handed, because that's another game where you play with 4 characters, might help. With that, I'm thinking. Which Barrett also actually did. He did a KDM playthrough on his channel. Which I think is how I initially found his channel. A couple years ago. The Huntress, that's not the one that Rob plays, right? That's not the range. Is that the ranged character with the bow? Or is that the ranger? I don't even know. I looked at all the characters when the game first started shipping, you know, like in the rulebook and stuff, but that was 2001 or something like that, feels like. Just kidding, I'm not bitter at all. Rob's playing the Ranger, yeah. Huntress is the unlocked one, so not the Woodland Bow person. Oh, okay. I've seen quite a few videos, and it seems like a lot of people are playing like the same characters, which makes me want to say like, well, I don't want to play the same characters everybody else is playing. But then you look at those characters and you're like, oh, but those characters are so sweet, which might be why like everybody's playing them. Well, and then some people admittedly, like it was funny. I think it was Barrington Colin, where like they looked in the, oh, maybe it was you, Mel, and Rob, where like we looked in the book and we saw the 4 easiest ones and we chose those. I shouldn't say easiest. They were the ones that had the lowest number of difficulty stars. But I think lots of people are doing that, because you see a lot of like the Ranger and the Warbear. Well, and then you look at the Warbear and you're like, well, who doesn't want to play the Warbear, right? Look how awesome it looks. And they knew it was awesome, and that's why it became part of the like secret surprise gift box or whatever. Oh, spoiler warning. After the fact, spoiler warning. Sorry. Yeah, KDM, that business model, man. See, but it's even weird to say business model, because that makes it sound like they do it on purpose. And I don't think Poots does a lot of these things on purpose. I think he's a great like artist and designer / visionary. He's a terrible businessman. Because if you have something that everybody wants, keep it in supply, man. And speaking of terrible business, I'm going to keep ragging on not really Oathsworn, because it's not Shadowborn's fault that Red Stag is not doing a good job. But I really do not understand the logistics at Red Stag. This is what doesn't make any sense to me. So, according to posts by like collaborators with Shadowborn and stuff on the Kickstarter updates and whatnot, the fulfillment company has a warehouse in Tennessee, and they have a warehouse in Utah. And for some reason, which is the part I don't understand, they made the decision for West Coast people to box up the orders at the Tennessee location, put them in a truck, and send them to the Utah warehouse. And then the Utah warehouse will give them to UPS so that they can be sent to people on the West Coast. So the part that doesn't make any sense to me, as a person who runs my own business and like thinks about logistics and stuff, if you're boxing up the stuff to put it on the truck to send to Utah, instead of sending it to Utah, take it to the dang UPS store. UPS will ship it from Tennessee just as easily as they will ship it from Utah. I don't understand why they're taking the time and the energy, because they have to separate out the pledges so they don't send the wrong stuff to Utah. It just does not make any sense. If you're already packaging it up to put in the truck, just take it to UPS and be done with it. And it shouldn't take, like, I don't know, what are we at, 2 months? 2 months for fulfillment, and they're not even done? Okay, I don't know how much you can see. Not really. I will change the camera to autofocus and move it up a little higher here in a second, but I want to put the Gorm fur on her hair. I gotta do some metallic parts, the arrows in the base. I did, Doug. I started this one at the beginning of the stream. Oh, I almost forgot about her cat eye circlet on her head. But we need to start with some metal. And then put some kind of gem on it, I think. Oh man, zenithal highlighting, or priming in a dark color and then dry brushing white, it's like amazing with these transparent paints, contrast and speed paints. So let me try to get the camera focused, or put it on autofocus. Do I want to do eyes? The question is, do I want to be here for another 8 hours working on 2 eyeballs? I don't think so. All right, let me switch this. Yeah, then there's not enough light. Let me see if I do this. Are you going to focus? Nope. Bring it down. Come along, camera. There we go. So I don't know if you can see, like, her hair is like dark back there in the shadow where no white dry brushing got to like really light on the top and the edges where the dry brushing hit. And like how well you can kind of see some of the shading and highlighting on that white tunic there. And on the bow, on the back of her little skirt thing, her lion fur, and the claws. It's not the best camera setup I've got for this. It looks way better in person. All right. Now let's refocus you. There we go. Thanks, Mel and Doug. All right, let's get a little bit of metal out. Touch these metal parts. Or do I want to do the bows? No, let's just do the metal. She's almost done. I just got to do these 2 metal armbands. There's a little thing on her belt, and I want to get some metal on these 2 buckles on these straps on her thighs. We will... Oh, there's the lantern. There is the lantern. The lantern I will probably do in gunmetal, but I want to do silver for the other stuff just because they're so small. I want them to stand out. I might even put some polished gold for the buckles and the thing on her belt. But the cat eye circlet, I need my silver. There we go. All right, I'm switching to my metallic water cleaner. I'm going to do something else first, actually. I'm trying to be time efficient. I'm going to paint the stuff on the base because it'll need a wash that will dry while I'm doing the other stuff. So back to, well, I don't have any metals in that metallic water yet, so it doesn't really matter. Except that that is my jar that I always put the metallics in, so there could be some residue. I should switch it back and not be lazy. It is a day that ends in Y though, so I'm usually lazy on those days. Oops, too much water. This is my standard go-to ground color at the moment. I usually water it down some so that it gets down into the little crevices. So I had been using this sandy paste basing stuff, but it finally died. It was years and years old, and I opened it up the other day and was like, oh man, it's finally dried out completely. So the differences in these bases, this was that sandy paste stuff, so a little less pronounced on the bumps, and then this is actual sand glued on. I was thinking about making a video about how I do the sand on my bases, because there's an extra step that I take just to make sure the sand won't, I shouldn't say make sure, to help ensure the sand stays on better. When I'm just using regular sand and kindergartner paste. I was going to stream the other day while I based a couple of these other KDM models that I did, but they were outside working on the cable lines again. So there's the real bet to have. What's going to happen first? Is my oath sworn going to get delivered, or is my cable company going to figure out why their lines are terrible? All right. Let me let that dry. Let me get a gray out for this piece of stone. Do I have a gray on the wet palette yet? Nope. I just saw that. Here, this is a pretty light colored gray. This one's pretty thick, starting to die. Just add some water. Bring it half back to life. So this is going to look like a super bright gray, but it's going to get a dark brown wash on it, which will help make it look more like stone. And help bring out more of the details in the sculpting. All right. Some of that ran down into the earth color. Fixed. Okay, I'm going to let that dry for a second. So I'll show you what I did for basing. This is the guy that I was painting on stream before. So I added some bushes and some cork rocks onto here. But the other one that I was really excited about working on. So there's a model that came with this tree. Oh, and look, some of the white paint when it went flying got on the tree, but I haven't painted down there, so that's not that big of a deal. So there's a model that came with this tree. This is called the Lonely Tree expansion. And let me give a warning about this model, because it is a pinup style model. So it's showing a lot of skin, and it's kind of ridiculous with how much clothes it's not wearing. But I had this idea, since she came with the tree, that I wanted to do like these vines, like wrapping around part of her body and across the ground. I think I put this on, I didn't put it on Robin Mel's Discord. So here she is with, and I got these vines, like these, they're like they're train set terrain ivy, and it like goes from the ground like through her legs, like up past the lantern there, and then over her shoulder, and then there's some that go through her legs down on the ground, and then up and around the other leg just to the ground, and then like some bushes and rocks and stuff. I like the way it came out. It's just a very scantily clad mini. I did paint Gorm. He's inside the table right now, I think. think he's inside the table. Let me see if I have a picture of him. Yes, here's Gorm. Kind of looks weird with the looking at it on a phone, but you can't really see the there's a lot of really I spent a lot of time blending his body, and that's just like a front-on picture. I'd show you to him, but like I said, he's inside the table right now. He's inside the well of the game table. All of my KDM stuff is set up inside the game table. And I'm usually playing like another game, or obviously like right now I'm painting on top of the game table. I did not stream the Gorm paint job. I painted Gorm probably at the beginning of the pandemic, or maybe before. Right. I don't remember when I painted Gorm. If you look at any of my Kingdom Death Monster videos, there's like a 10 or 15 second little reel of most of the miniatures that I had painted at the time that I recorded that particular video, which is where that picture is from, actually. All right, metallics. Gunmetal for the lantern. I'm really debating if I want to do silver just so it stands out. No, we'll do gunmetal. I gotta switch these back. Who do I want to use? I'll use the 0, which means no more 0 non-metallics until I clean it with the brush soap. I see a little strap on that's holding the lantern. These KDM models they have a lot of small features on them. They're highly detailed sculpts. Which is both good and can be aggravating when you're trying to get everything. I might want to put some color in the lantern. What was I going to use silver for? Or did I decide to go... with the gold? I think I'll make her armbands gold. Oh, it was the buckles and that little thing on her belt. And this is polished gold, so this is a super bright gold. I often highlight gold with silver, but this polished gold is a good highlight for... There's a Games Workshop color called Retribution Armor or something like that, which is like a little darker kind of shade of gold, which might sound weird, but it's more muted or something. I have no idea what this thing on her belt is, but now it's like a little gold clasp. The pinup models are not part of gameplay. But I don't know if the pinups came with game content. I can't remember for sure now. But there might have been like some cards. Well, there are boxes that are labeled pinup, and then there are other boxes that aren't like actually labeled as pinups, but the models are very pinup-like. And some of those come with extra game content. Just little, sometimes it's like one card or two cards. A lot of times they're pieces of equipment that you're like, well, I would never use this. But sometimes there are some settlement events, and there's one that might have been like a Valentine's Day special box that gives you this bookmark to put in your rule book at the intimacy event when you're trying to expand the population of your settlement. And it's a one-time use during your campaign that changes the intimacy event a little bit. And I think it for that one time, I think it takes away the potential for your couple to die. And if Kanjay's still here, he can tell you how painful it is to lose like 90% of your settlement's population to the intimacy event. Because that happened to him and Steven. It wasn't 90%, but they lost a lot of their settlement during intimacy events. It was kind of hilarious. I don't know if it's too soon for him to talk about it. He might still be upset. And I'm just joking about the upset part. we've got some gold armbands, little gold buckles. Now, little gold thing on the belt. Okay, the paint on the base has dried, so I want to get the Agrath's Earthshade on there so that can dry also. So give these metallics a little bit of time to dry so we can get some Nuln Oil on there. I just need to paint this strap on this lantern before I forget that it's there. All right, so non-metallic water. All right. Base wash done. I wanted that to have some time to dry before it gets hit with a dry brush later. My Nuln Oil is almost gone, but I have a bottle of the new Nuln Oil formula, which I haven't tried yet. Some people hate it. I'm not going to use my expensive brush for this. Should have used a smaller brush to start with. When dealing with such small little pieces of metal. You know what I should have done? I should have used Reichland Flesh Shade on the gold instead of Known Oil, but that's okay. It really dulled those down. Oh, I forgot the cat eye circlet. That's what I was going to use silver on. Just looking at her face. Like, oh, there's that thing on her forehead still, which is teeny tiny. Okay, I was using this brush for my metals. Oh, man. Got on her face. That thing is so small. How am I going to get a dot for the cat eye on there? Smallest brush available. That's barely visible. Oh man, with this teeny tiny brush, I should not have put it in my hand because now it's going to make me want to do the eyeballs. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. How did I miss? I missed a huge part of that head on the base with the wash. Now you got to be careful once the other wash is either dry or started to dry, or it's going to look terrible like that. There's like a hole in the model. There. So what was super bright gray before on that stone has gone down a lot with that shade, that brown wash on it. It's drying pretty fast in the gravel down there. Okay. Arrows. I have this beastie brown color. It's not going to look as shaded as the rest of the model, but I like this brown color for the shafts of arrows. I used to use this brown like exclusively for any kind of wood, and then like wash it with like agrass or shade or something. But arrows are just straight pieces of wood with no texture, so it's like washes and or like contrast or speed paints are just not designed for flat surfaces. They're designed for texture. Now, having just said that, this part of this model here, where there's a bunch of little arrows next to each other, would actually be a great place for a wash, so the lines and stuff would still be visible in between the individual arrows without needing to look super close. Which I might wash the arrows anyways because of the feather part, just to help bring out the colors in the feathers. Most of the feathers do not have texture on them, except for these two that are on this arrow that she's grabbing in her hand. I don't know, I feel like if I wash those, I'm gonna have to go back and highlight them because they're gonna get too dark. Do the feathers. Use this off-white color, I think. Or this is bone white, I think, not off-white. I do have an off-white color. Oh, yep. See you later, Doug. Do you still have a long night of painting in front of you, Mel, or are you getting close to being done? You've got like an actual deadline of, well, it's 9 o'clock my time, so noon for you. I'm surprised you guys didn't like order some pizza or something during the last stream. It was long. It does kind of fly by. It's kind of weird. Do you ever get the urge to like yell up to Chelsea and be like, "Can you bring us like some crackers or something?" Or some poutine? I know I've got pretzels now because I saw Kyle got his pretzels finally a couple weeks ago. So I think I want to highlight these feathers. I really don't want to wash them and then have them get too dark. I also don't want them to look like cat's heads. That one looks like a cat's head now. Pointy ears. That's drying okay. I like it with the highlight. It's not covering up all the old color. So when you stream, Mel, you like get deliveries of tea and stuff from Rob. Can you ask him if I can put an order in? I could go for some hot tea right now. It'll only take him a couple of days to get here. Is he learning a game right now? Okay, I was resisting doing it because I was trying to be lazy, but the arrows look better with the little highlight on them. Oh. Rob puts in the real work. I'm too lazy for that. I'm too lazy to move stuff around. I'm going to go back and just hit a couple of the parts of the gold as a little highlight now that aniline oil is dried. So there'll be some variations in the shading. Some parts that should shine just a little bit more. Oh, I forgot about the lantern. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try to put some of this orange speed paint in little tiny spots on the lantern. So much brown. But once I get some green on her with some tufts of grass or something on the base, it'll at least be that. Now this orange is pretty dark. I'll just use this as a base and then come back and dab some yellows in it. Okay, let's get a dry brush on the base. All right, see you later, Kanji. Probably could have painted that other little thing right there gray, like a rock. Hmm. All right. We're going to need a little bit of, 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 a little gray. I'll just use this one. Is she done? Oh no, the lantern. The lantern. Keep forgetting about the lantern. Yeah, that's funny because I was quiet there for a second, but after Kanji put in there that he was gonna go play in D&D, and since you're here, Mel, it's hard not to think about all the conversations that happen around you two playing D&D on your stream or the Discord or whatever. All right. What's this? Oh. Was that April Fool's when Rob made the D&D stream, but it was him playing the video game? Maybe it wasn't an April Fool's thing, but it was pretty funny anyway. Yeah, I can't remember either. think I'm going to leave that lantern effect like super subtle like that. All right, I think it's time for the victory lap. Victory laps. This brush is getting old and poofy. It's not what you want to hear about yourself. Hey, you're getting old and poofy. All right, I gotta let that coat dry for a second. Which is not that much of an exaggeration. This stuff dries pretty quick because these Monument Hobbies paints are fairly thin. I like how the dry brushing looks on that base. It really makes some of those individual stones stand out from up above. Are you dry? Yes. All right, she's ready to be varnished. And then after varnish, we will put some, maybe 1 or 2 little pieces of greenery. All right, what's the best way to try to show this? I could take a picture. see if this, how this will come out. And then maybe I don't know, maybe I'll just post it on Discord later. I don't know if this is easier for the camera to see. Doesn't look like it. Still the lighting is like taking it off. Can kind of see the highlights on the lion fur back here and on the hand and the claws. Oh, thanks, Mel. See some of the highlighting in the folds here. And on her tunic. You can kind of see the layering. Like if you look at the skin back here, it's like a darker color, and then as I rotate her thigh over, it's brighter highlighted on top, and then back to the dark skin underneath. I mean, it's not coming through the best on camera, but it looks pretty good in person. A little bit of the yellow coming through as light on the lantern. Her cat eye circlet. Since I have a little bit of extra time, I'm gonna experiment a little with the camera. Put it back in autofocus mode. I don't know if the camera likes, it's just the lighting too, it gets so dark. Because it needs to like, it's still trying to focus on, you guys make it look so easy when you put cards up at your camera. See, but then it's too dark. Yeah, because all of my lights are like set up for the board game playing, and they're like down here versus like up here where she's at. I guess I could brush on the varnish. Oh, but then it needs a while to dry. I'll just leave it and do a group of varnishing, and then I'll do her basing later. I was not expecting to spend 4 hours on her. But that's what you get when you're doing more of the highlighting style of painting versus just throwing down like contrast paints and speed paints, which is what I did for Akarios, and which I'm planning on doing for a lot of board games that are coming, just because there's like so many characters in those games that I'm going to want to get through them quick. And I really like the way that the dark prime and then the white dry brushing worked with the contrast paint on her hair. You can really see it in person, the difference between it's the exact same paint that went over it, but it's super dark in here on the bottom part, like next to her face and next to her shoulder. And it gets lighter, and you can see the little individual strands that got hit by the white dry brushing up here. Even down here, it's a little bit darker where it didn't get hit with the dry brushing versus, especially up here where she got hit heavy with the dry brush. And it's the exact same paint that went over it with no extra even highlighting done at all. Well, okay, that's where I'm going to call the stream for today. Thanks for coming. Mel, I know you're still here. Kanji went to play D&D. And I know Doug left already. I don't know if I'll have a chance to set up another stream at some point when I'm going to be painting this guy. But I'm still working on trying to get like a schedule or being able to actually announce more than 30 seconds before I go live with the streaming. So, okay, yep, that's where I'll call it. Thanks again for coming. Disaster averted with the white paint flying everywhere. It somehow miraculously didn't hit anything that's already painted, which would have been a nightmare. So, okay, again, thanks for coming. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you enjoy everything I put up on the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.